We are back. We are back. Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. We are back. We're back. Okay. Good evening. Okay, it is currently 9:42 p.m. Eastern Time. Today's date is 9/11/2024. We're back. Okay. We are back. Okay, let's get straight to business. Let's get straight to business. So today we are going to be reviewing the presidential debate of yesterday, and we are also going to review the 9/11 ceremony that happened at Ground Zero. That happened at Ground Zero. You didn't tell me that was going on there. Yes, y'all. Yes, y'all. We are back. Okay, we are back. We're back. All right, straight to business. We're gonna review the presidential debate of yesterday, and then, like I mentioned before, we're gonna also review Biden, Harris, and former President Trump at the 9/11 ceremony at Ground Zero. And then, yeah, that's what we're going to do today. Okay. Sit tight, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, and let's get straight to business. Okay. Let's get straight to business. I'm afraid for my cat. Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, and let's get straight to it. Okay.
Down here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an income.
Okay, guys. Okay, so as you know, today we're gonna be reviewing the debate of yesterday. Did she answer the question? Because the question was, the American people are saying, are they better off with President Trump or with you and, Joe Biden? But I don't think she ever answered that question. Okay, did she answer that question? Let me know, guys. Let me know.
Correct statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but
Look, he did what he was supposed to do because she never answered that question. And he was talking about what he did based on his performance. But like you heard, she never answered the question. And then when Trump had the mic, he said, "Look, this is what they are doing that I think is wrong. They're letting people in. Look at what's going on around the nation. That. And then he said, I built the greatest economy in our nation's history." So now he's making sure that the people listening and the audience watching from their homes or wherever they're watching around America is letting them know, look, this is what is going on right now. But if you remember, you had a very good economy about 4 years ago, and I am responsible for that. So I think it did good over there because she never answered that question. So let's keep going.
I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one.
Also, she was the first person to start talking about her opponent, which happens to be Trump. So she's saying what you're going to hear tonight would be name-calling, bunch of old rhetoric and stuff like that. But he never called her any name, okay? So she's anticipating the names he's going to call her. But he hasn't even called her any name yet. The question was just respond to the economy. She never said anything about the economy. She's just saying things that she thinks Trump is going to say. So I think that was the L right there for Kamala. I mean, it's just what it is.
I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a sound.
She keeps talking about Trump. This is where I feel like she's going wrong. She keeps talking about Trump. The facts are, talk about your performance as a vice president. You keep talking about Trump. You see what I mean? Like, she keeps talking about Trump. So I don't know why she keeps talking about Trump and how the economists of these big Ivy League schools are saying her economic plan is going to do great and that Trump doesn't have an economic plan. But she's mainly talking about Trump, which I feel like she started on a wrong foot. You know what I mean? She started on the wrong foot.
Right, they gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan. And it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to.
That was really good. That was really good because he spoke about how people are actually suffering. Like people can't buy groceries, people can buy gas, things are expensive. Everybody knows these facts. Okay, so he did good on that point. So let's keep going.
Ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having, on the short end of the stick, in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought.
She did good. I mean, you could tell from her talking about the United States taking the front lead and also talking about quantum computing. You can tell she actually got prepared for that part. So I gotta give, I gotta say she did good in that part, or during that part. So let's listen to the OG Trump. Let's go.
Their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
He did good, too, man. He did good. He did good. He's pointing out things he thinks is not right, saying with things Kamala said, and also saying she's a Marxist or whatever, that was good. It's a debate. You got to point out the wrong things in your partner, or in your competition or your competitor. Okay, so he did good. He did good.
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country.
I mean, he did what he had to do. He spoke about the Roe v. Wade and how he took it back to the state. He did what he was supposed to do. Another thing is, if you check Kamala's body language, I don't really quite get it. I don't know why she's like looking around and smiling, and then, I don't know. Her body language is sort of kind of weird. I'm not sure, but I guess it's a debate.
Where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she
I do not know about pregnant women, allegedly bleeding out in the car park or in the car parking lot. I mean, who knows, bro? But I'm not, that's why I said allegedly, but it is what it is. This is the whole subject her campaign is based on, reproductive rights. So she obviously has more edge in this part because this is what she's running based on, reproductive rights for women, and how, the government shouldn't be involved in a woman making her own personal decisions in life, which, I think do what you want to do as an adult and live with your consequences. That's what I believe in. So as an adult, do what you got to do. However, I think she did good, but then the allegedly women in the car parking lot, I don't know if that's, Jesus.
She goes again, it's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your
Well, I won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance,
That was good. That was good. That was good.
has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President.
I mean, if you think about it, I think the moderator, the lady, she just pressed Trump twice after the question. So she said, "Are you going to sign it?" And then she said, "Well, are you going to sign it?" She said it twice. So they're pressing Trump, but that was 2 times they pressed Trump. But the first question about the economy, the other moderator guy, never pressed Kamala to talk about the economy. Never. So I think at this point, this is where they started pressing Trump even more or even further. But let's keep watching.
Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you
That's
answer
the
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question.
you
Would you
could
veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important.
Well, I like the fact that he's saying, are you going to allow abortion in the 8th and 9th month? And she's also saying, would you veto? So, I mean, both of them never answered that question. So, however, he's making it sure that, look, I actually support IVF. And she's saying he doesn't support IVF, which, that's cap. He actually supports IVF. So, let's keep watching, man. Let's go.
To Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that.
So the question was about the border, which she still never answered the question, but she deflected by saying Trump is the problem. The reason why the border is the way it is because of a former president, which I think is total BS, because why would you be blaming the current state of the border to the former president? You are the current vice president and you have a boss called president. And the president has veto power to, like, he has executive decisions to say, shut down the border or close the border or whatever. You know what I mean? So she shouldn't have kept blaming Trump based on past situations, okay? I don't know why she did that, but she never answered that question and she never took responsibility, which I feel like that's a sign of weakness. Also, she was talking about Trump's rally. What does Trump rally has to do with the border? What does Hannibal Hector and what Trump says has to do with the border? That's what I'm saying. Like, she keeps deflecting and deflecting and deflecting. Like, yeah, that was a big L for her on that one.
That point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield.
Now, on this part, I feel like Trump wasted time on talking about his rallies. Everybody knows people turn up for Trump. Everybody knows, okay? So I feel like he shouldn't have wasted too much time on his rallies. He should have just said, you know what, they come to my rallies because they love me, blah, 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 boom, 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 move. And he should have talked about the bill and why the GOP rejected the bill. So why did you not, get the bill done? Like, why did you not get the bill signed? He should have spoken more about the bill and the things about how, illegal immigrant could come into the country and blah, 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 blah. He should have spoken about that, because now he didn't talk about the bill. He was just mostly talking about, how illegals are drooling into the border and into the country through the border, and how they're, eating pets and stuff, which, I don't know, that doesn't really help. But I guess some people will actually listen to that and say, yo, I don't want my pet eaten. I got to vote for Trump. So that might work.
Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there had been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
television.
television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formally worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Now, I think she's acting a little cocky, smiling and laughing, talking about extremism and all that stuff, which, in my opinion, she hasn't gotten above water to be able to do all this that she's doing. She needs to stick to the plan and actually, do what she's supposed to do. Because at this point, she wasn't even winning the debate. So her getting cocky and smiling and laughing, it's not working.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people, not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president, in history by far.
I gotta tell you, Trump was chilled, bro. Like, I never thought he would be this chilled. I don't know how Tulsi Gabbard, prepared him for this, or RFK prepared. I don't know, man. But I just know the regular, normal Trump that we know, man, Kamala would have been getting some heat. But he was so cool, calm, and collected. And he was also focused on the economy, the border, which he should, the inflation. He did a good job. I ain't gonna cap, though. I'm not gonna cap. If you noticed, he hasn't attacked Kamala at all. But Kamala has been talking about, he's a liar, he's an extremist, he's talking about Hannibal Lecter, he's that, he's this, he's that. But he hasn't said anything about Kamala yet. And he's supposed to be the bully. He didn't act like a bully now.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually...
He also nailed it. He's talking about straight millions of people coming into the country like he should. He's nailing it. Now, if you noticed, the moderators are still pressing. If you notice, they're still pressing him. Just saying.
Coming down in this country, but Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris.
She's talking about how, like she always says, we're not going back. And he's saying, well, all this rhetoric of you saying I am a convicted felon is because I am a product of a what would I say? How would I put it now? My opponent is persecuting me. Okay. That's what he's saying. So, and I mean, Americans are smart people. Okay. So, I mean, shoot.
Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution.
And if you notice, she keeps talking about extreme. She keeps talking about extreme. Like, if you notice, bro, she keeps talking about extreme. So it's like, when you get on stage, just make sure you call him an extremist. When you get on stage, make sure you tell the American people we're not going back. Make sure you tell them that this person is a convicted felon. Make sure you tell them that this and that about him. So she's mainly focusing on him rather than actually putting that point across. I'm just saying this is what I'm noticing. And also they are pressing Trump. They're trying to make sure he loses his cool. But so far, he's been on ice.
Of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy
President
with a fake
Trump,
Russia investigation
we do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings.
Now, him talking about the bullet he took to the head, that was a good point. That was a good point. And she keeps proving the point of this facts that he keeps talking about too. And if you notice, she has just been pointing her finger at Trump, like this, that about you. And he's been talking about his plan, like what he wants to do and what he has done, and also the failure of the current administration. But she's, trying to get him all riled up, and he's not buying it. But I think he bought it later on in this debate. But let's keep watching, man.
Taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump,
Okay, so it's the same thing Hillary did in 2016, talked about how his father gave him some money and how he's filed bankruptcy 4 times, 6 times. The same thing everybody knows about Trump. This is why most people don't like Trump. He's wealthy. Most broke people don't like rich people, okay? Because most broke people think rich people are their problems. And she knows, and she's this is how you play on the people's emotions, especially poor people, broke people. It's just what it is. Everybody knows these things about Trump, and she keeps saying the same thing. They all keep saying the same thing. This is the only point they have. And, she's doing her job. This is what she's supposed to do. And you can tell she has been briefed. She has been preparing for this moment, and she nailed it. I'm not gonna cap. She nailed it in the first half of this speech that she just gave. She spoke about how she wants to do the Green New Deal, and also she's saying she's not against fracking. So she's flip flopping. However, she did a good job on this one, even though she did flip flop. She was articulate, and then she did the same thing everybody always does when they go against Trump. Accuse him of being rich. Like, what?
Your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Don't lie.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment
to.
that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you.
Of course, like an OG always does, comes back strong. He did what he was supposed to do, and he also put a Kamala on Kamala, and then now she's on. She's like, oh shoot, like if you check her demeanor was a little shaky. She couldn't look. She couldn't look him in the eyes anymore. She was more of like she's fidgeting now, but it is what it is. OG is always the OG. Let's keep watching, man.
Have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, well, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just ask you,
David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask you.
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on.
Now, more pressing, and more pressing. They keep pressing Trump. No moderator has pressed Kamala yet, even when she did not answer the question. She has never been pressed. All through, we've watched 46 minutes of this debate. She hasn't been pressed, but Trump has been pressed at least 5 times. So, this is where we, as the audience watching from home and looking like, yo, you guys are not pressing Kamala, but you keep pressing Trump. Like, you have to answer the question, Trump. You have to answer the question, Trump. But then Kamala is not answering the question. What are you going to do about it?
Television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
Yo, I am surprised that Trump is calm, bro. Like, if you notice when she was talking and, trying to get him all riled up, she kept looking at him to see his body language. My man was cold as ice. Cold as ice. No movement. He just kept looking at the camera like, I'll wait my turn. This is the first time that I'm seeing former President Trump this cool. Like, well, in 2016, it was cool too. But then in 2020, this same point that Kamala is talking about was the same thing Biden spoke about, and he won the election. But in 2020, Trump wouldn't even let Biden talk. He kept interrupting Biden. He kept interrupting Biden every single time. But in 2024 now, when Kamala is saying the same thing Biden said in 2020, he's cool. This is where I think he has learned his lessons, and then he He wants to win. He doesn't really care about trying to, go back and forth with anybody. He just wants to win the election so he can prove his point. Yo, OG, I fuck with that.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where Bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight.
This was the first time former President Trump said she was so bad, it's ridiculous. This is the first time he said anything about her. Okay, and we've been watching for 50 minutes, and this is the first time he's saying she was so bad it's ridiculous. And he's also saying, you know what? You don't even need a bill to close the border. Go wake up President Biden and close the border. I mean, that was hilarious, but you got to give it to Trump, man. I never thought he would be this cool. At a point, I was thinking in my mind, please don't get riled up by this lady's conversation with you or debate with you. And he did the right thing. In my mind, I was feeling like he was gonna go all wild, but he never. Man, Tulsi Gabbard, I gotta salute Tulsi Gabbard, man, because I'm sure she's like, you know what? Don't even go back and forth with her. Just focus on what you're supposed to do, and he did it.
Tonight, I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said there was no
we didn't have standing.
Fraud.
That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris.
Again, with the press. Again with the pressing, they keep pressing the former president. They keep pressing the former president. It is what it is. He has to defend himself, and the moderator keeps saying, "We didn't find anything. We didn't find anything." Like that's not your job to talk about what you didn't find. Your job is to ask questions and get the answers. If you didn't get the answer, you say you didn't answer the question. Are you going to answer the question? If he doesn't answer you, next question, okay? But your job is not to talk about the things that you found. You're not an investigator, okay?
You heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, "When I win, those people who cheated," and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, "We won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote." Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders.
Again, she keeps calling him names. She says he's a disgrace. He's this, he's that. He has never, during this debate, said anything like that about Kamala. And in real life, like if we want to talk about real life, bro, we know, okay? We know, because we ain't about to be talking about disgraceful things, okay? The fact is, she keeps calling him names, and then she looks at him to find out if it's getting all riled up and, BS. And he's just there shaking his head and looking at the camera like, all right, I'll wait my turn. I am absolutely surprised that he is this cool. I'm not even going to cap. I am surprised that he is this cool, and she keeps launching at him every single time. And he's keeping his cool. OG moves, bro.
Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm okay with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I think
up.
we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the
Bro, that, bro, that right there was finishing. If you play games, that was finishing right there. That was finishing, bro. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. He spoke about how he finished the former president at the previous debate, and if it wasn't for that part that happened back in June, she would not be here. And she's looking like, oh, oh, shit. I'm telling you, man, he kept his cool. He also spoke about other world leaders respecting him because she's saying the world would laugh at us, or the world already laughing at us based on Trump being on the ticket. But the fact is, they actually respect Trump, and she knows. And if we're talking about respect, I don't think she should be talking about that kind of topic because respect, bro. I don't, man. Kamala shouldn't even talk about respect. I'm sorry.
Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate?
I mean, if you think about it, now that they're asking questions about the war, and she's saying we are working around the clock. This is like the typical politician conversation. We're working on it. We're working on it. Get to doing it. We don't care about working on it. Just like my daughter doesn't care if I'm working on providing food. She just wants to eat. Okay? People don't care about working around the clock. We just care about the results. So get the results done. Stop talking about working on it. And I feel like Trump made this thing about the politicians talking about we're working on it, we're working on it, we're working on it seem lame, because during his time he spent 4 years in the presidential in the Oval Office. But it felt like he was there for like 8 years because he did so much. He was always coming out to do press conferences about things he did a day before. Like, we just knew this man was working. With these people, they talk about working, but then it's like, where? We can't even see proof. Where's the proof?
With Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says
He schooled her. I'm not gonna cap. He just schooled her. You know, I mean, we could argue about it, but the facts are the facts. He just schooled her. He schooled her, bro. He said if he was president, this would never have happened. And we could say yes, because when he was president, this never happened. So this is why people are voting for Trump, okay? He's campaigning based on his record, based on his performance. It's not campaigning based on what he's going to do. He's campaigning based on, even if I just take y'all back to 4 years ago where there was peace in the world, low gas prices, low mortgage rate, low inflation, safe borders, no wars, and no funding of wars, you would be good. That's essentially what he's saying. But in this part, he's just saying, look, he's even going to be greater. But the fact is, he schooled her. And I mean, there's just nothing to be said.
you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
I don't know why. I don't know who told her to talk about weakness. If you keep, why is she talking about Trump is weak? Everybody knows around the world that this man right here is everything else but weak. When it comes to weak, you can't, this ain't what you want. You don't want smoke from this man. Everybody knew nobody wanted smoke with Trump, okay? So when she keeps talking about he's weak on international trade, international issues and whatever, how he exchanged love letters with uh Kim Jong Un and how he loves Putin. Bro, Putin could not do anything when this man was president. Putin could not go into Ukraine. Kim Jong Un wasn't doing anything. He went to meet Kim Jong Un. So what are you saying? Talking about weak? This is what I'm saying. Like she's not. It's not going for like. Why would you even bring up weakness? That's not. That's actually his strength. You're you're playing into his playbook. Like when you, I don't know who told her to say call him weak. Like bro, it doesn't work.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate.
Of course, they cut him off. Of course, they cut him off. But the fact is, the facts are the facts. Facts are the facts. Okay. Now he also spoke about the pipeline that the current president Joe Biden signed into law, which is the largest. And it's like, why would you do that if you say you don't want Putin to have, ammunitions and cash and lots of resources to fight a war? You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. I don't know. This isn't going Kamala's way. And the things she's bringing up, talking about weakness, talking about how Trump is not capable, and how he's a disgrace. Everything she's saying is what I expected Trump to say, but he's not even saying them. Damn.
Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and...
This is just legendary, bro. Like, this man has so much passion for the United States. I could feel it, bro. Like, I mean, I don't even know this person personally, but you could tell from the way he talks. He said the war between Ukraine and Russia is a war that is dying to be settled. Do you know what that means? Like, a war that is dying to be settled, bro. God damn. This is how you know someone who has determination, someone who knows what he's talking about. Okay, this is an emotional conversation. This isn't feelings, based on feelings. And you could tell from her look. You could tell from the way she's looking, and she's looking up like, damn. Like she's dead ass not even aware of what she might be walking into. I'm telling y'all, man. She's dead ass not even... She's not 100% sure what she's gonna be walking into. And this man is saying, I'm telling y'all now, this is the game. This is the game. It's saying Biden hasn't even had a conversation with Putin. And this is a war that's dying to be settled. You know what I mean? So it's like, shoot. I mean, we just gotta listen to what he's saying and also listen to what she's saying. But she's looking and she's surprised. She's like, I want to vote for you, my guy.
Just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met...
And just to say this, why would you say in this war, do you want Ukraine to win or do you want Russia to win? Should that be your conversation, or should it be people to stop dying? What should the conversation be? Should the conversation be, do you want Ukraine to win or you want Russia to win, or do we just want people to stop dying? That should be the conversation. How can we stop death? Okay, how can we stop people from dying? How can we say, okay, it is what it is. All right, that's it. No more killing, no more wars. That's it. Stop. That should be the conversation. People to stop dying. Why must it be Ukraine winning or Russia winning? If you had parents or siblings or family members in Ukraine, I bet you ain't gonna be saying you want Russia to win or somebody else to win. If you have people in Russia, you're not gonna be saying what you're saying right now. So like, why do we keep sitting on who do we want to win the war instead of humanity? Is humanity, bro. Like, we need to focus on people instead of who wants to win the war. Like, what are we doing? We should be focused on people's lives, bro. God damn.
Met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve.
He has been the president, and Putin wasn't sitting in Kyiv, bro. So why you capping? That's cap. This is where we start calling out caps. You are capping because when he was president, Putin did not go into Kyiv, dog. Come on, man.
Preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up.
Yo, Trump is just like, you don't even know what you're talking about. And I got to give it to Trump, man. That's why I wanted to watch this debate again. Because when I watched it yesterday, I'm like, yo, Trump is getting riled up. He needs to cool down. But now that I'm watching it and I'm listening to her and him, I can tell you for a fact that he's actually way calmer than I thought he was yesterday. Because I was in the moment, I'm like, don't talk, Trump, don't talk. But now it's like, damn, she said all that. He won.
The last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk.
Bro, he said Putin would be sitting in Moscow, not Kyiv, madam. He would be sitting in Moscow, not Kyiv. And then he said, quiet, please. OG.
Talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is.
And also, he's talking about negotiating. He's like, yo, you went to negotiate with these people and then you never negotiated anything that made sense because the war actually started. So what are you talking about? And then she's looking at him like, You know, I mean, you got to give him credit for pointing out the facts. Also, you guys smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. You gotta smash the like button. We got 6,000 people watching and we got 375 likes. So smash the like button, double tap your screen, and subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
There's another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is Commander-in-Chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin.
Everything she's talking about is like, who are you convincing? Who are you convincing? Don't convince me. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? This is the thing. Like, she keeps deflecting. Like, she's saying the president is the commander-in-chief. Duh, we know that. What are you talking about? Oh man, she never answered that question. Never.
I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to
I don't know. I don't know who prepared her. I just think when you blame the former president for every failure in your current administration, I think that's bad for you. So she's blaming the border on former President Trump. She's blaming the Afghanistan withdrawal on former President Trump. So what are you doing? So then you want a promotion and then you want to blame somebody else. So that means you're going to blame Biden for something when you become the president? All what you're doing is blaming. The border is this way because he never signed the border bill. Afghanistan withdrawal was that way because he negotiated a bad deal. What? Bro.
her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban?
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this.
You could tell by the way she's looking at him. She's like, first of all, how do you know Abdul is still in charge of the Taliban? Like, how do you know? And then she's looking at him like, I'm surprised he knows all this stuff. And then she's also looking at him like, if I could look at you like you're lying long enough, maybe the American people would believe me that you are a liar. You know, the question here is like, who prepared her for the debate? 1, 2. For the potential next president of the United States, you keep blaming the former president, which is a bad look for me. You know, if I hired you for a job and then you're blaming the last person that did the job for me, no, I hired you to do a job. I don't care about who was there before. I hired you so you could do a better job. That's it.
This country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
Oh, yo, I am glad. This is where I was kind of like a little, I was like, okay, I don't want to watch this part because I'm like, if he talks about her color, there would be issues. And I said this way, way, way before the debate. I'm like, yo, he should never talk about her, color or ethnicity or whatever. And then they bring it up. It's like, yo, you said she wasn't black a couple of weeks ago. So what are you thinking about right now? Is she black? And it's like, you know what? I don't care. If she says she's black, it is what it is. And then they pressed him again. Let's watch.
I think honestly, I think it's tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third.
Also, this is supposed to be her biggest segment, which is about, division and also the women reproductive rights. Those are the two parts that she was supposed to do best in. And of course, she goes back to the old news about 40, 50 years ago, 30, 40 years ago, that he has been, acquitted of. But it is what it is. She did what she was supposed to do, try to talk him down. However, everybody, as we've heard that a lot of time. Hillary spoke about it. I don't think Joe Biden spoke about it, but Hillary spoke about it. We didn't bite that part.
Time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. She's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on.
Now she talks about her plan. 50K for small businesses, 6K for children. She talks about healthcare. She talks about stuff. Okay. She did talk about her plan, and this is where her preparation kicks in. She has been preparing to talk about, we're not going back and hope. She's been talking about hope. She's been talking about let's chart a new way forward, which I think she did over there. I got to give her that part. She did good over there talking about her plan, talking about her future and, things that she's going to do. However, she is the current vice president of the United States, and she is with the current administration. She could be telling these plans to Joe Biden 2 years ago or right now. Just like Trump said, you could go to the White House and, get this plans of yours started. But it's like, okay, well, we're not gonna start the plan, then vote for me so I can start the plan. This is where the problem lies. Like you say you want to do these things, but then you're currently the vice president. How does that work? You could be talking to Joe Biden and you guys could be working towards this plan that you have. So I don't know.
President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
No,
because
Trump-
the
President
former
Trump-
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
going
need
to move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better.
Correct.
Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal.
So he's talking about running the Obamacare as best as it can be ran while they're working on the plan. And then she asked, so just to be clear, you don't have a plan yet. And he says, well, I'm not president yet. We're working on so many concepts. and we're gonna, bring it out when it's ready. So this is where I was saying yesterday they should at least have like 2 or 3 plans that, something he could just say up here on the stage of the debate. But there was no plan for him to say. But he's saying when he becomes president, he's going to say those plans. That was the only issue I had yesterday, and I still have that issue today. He should have had something to say when it came to health care and how he's gonna, like, change Obamacare. However, he did say that he is going to run Obamacare as best as it can or could be ran until they get a new concept or get a finalized concept. That was the only thing. That was the only thing.
Proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it,
Vice President Harris,
in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot.
Now, she did what she was supposed to do. She talked about the Affordable Care Act, and she also talked about the gun situation that she and her vice president are not going to be taking away the guns and all that stuff. She did what she was supposed to do. So she got prepared to talk the good game. This is just the facts. She got prepared to talk the good game, which she did. She did. Not gonna cap. She did when it came to this healthcare issues, because Trump said he was gonna run the Obamacare the best way he could until they get a finalized concept. And she's saying, well, you don't have a plan. And I got a plan. This is what, boom, 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 boom. This is what we've done. Okay, so she did talk a good game, but the fact is, does this win her the debate? Let me know in the chat.
Made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years, but it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say.
So Trump says we can do better than Obamacare. My thing would have been, okay, if we can do better, if their administration can do better, like Trump's administration could do better, he should have brought at least like a taste of what it would look like or what it would feel like to have a new plan apart from Obamacare. But he didn't bring that to the stage. So this is where I give Kamala the upper hand. It might be, he's been winning, but when it got to this stage, he should have brought something tangible that, okay, this is what we're working on. I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. This would replace the Obamacare, but we're still working on it, rather than just saying, I'm not president yet, and I have some concept. I mean, shoot, OG, you're going to need to,
that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been
And I saw a comment. Somebody said he wouldn't say it so they don't steal his concept. That's the thing. So he wants to win first before he says them. But the fact is, even if he says them now and they do steal it, he already said it. Just like when he said no tax on tips. And she copied it and said no tax on tips. Everybody knows he said no tax on tips first. So even if he has said it on stage that night, that would have given him more props than them stealing it, because even if they would be stealing it, he doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because everybody would know you guys are stealing Trump's ideas, just like they stole no tax on tips.
Victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump.
Too many caps from the beautiful Kamala. Too many caps, bro. Just way too many caps. And that's it. Like saying Trump lost manufacturing jobs. Nope. Because the economy was booming for facts. Like the auto manufacturing companies that she's saying he lost. No, he did not lose them. I could play you videos of him having, conference meetings with this auto guys. Like that's cap too. But I mean, she's gonna say what she's gonna say just to win the debate. It is what it is. Let's listen to the OG.
Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. They're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different
Bro,
countries.
look at her face. Look at her face. She's like, look at her face, bro. And it's facts. What he's saying is facts. So many companies are filing for bankruptcy. Red Lobster filed for bankruptcy. So many companies are leaving, going to Mexico. It is what it is. So, I mean, people are closing down businesses, man. It's just what it is. Everybody knows that. Like, gas prices is up, groceries expensive, inflation is high. We know mortgage rate is like 6, 7, 8%. So depending on your credit. So I mean, we know the economy is in shambles. Everybody knows that. Like, we can all argue and say, I'm gonna vote for Kamala because I believe in in the hope, and this. I just feel the new thing in the air. But the economy is fucked up. Okay, So, and when it comes to the economy, everybody knows the OG Trump does a better job and will do a better job. But is that all they're gonna vote for? The economy, and just leave their feelings and emotions out the door? I don't think so, because people are attached to their feelings and their emotions, and that's why people rack up debt on their credit card because of emotional spending. They want to feel good. So because people want to feel good, they would rather have high inflation and vote Kamala. They don't care because they want to feel good. So Kamala would be getting some votes from people that have feelings and emotions and don't care about the economy, and Trump would be having votes from people like me that don't care about my feelings and emotions, because feelings and emotions don't pay my goddamn bills. Okay.
And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
You know what I mean? So he smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. You know what time it is. Subscribe to the channel, smash the like button. I'm not here to kind of like sway you from voting for Kamala or sway you from voting for Trump. Do what you want to do. It's a free country. I'm just here reviewing on my channel. I'm not here to, influence you or do. I don't give a damn. Do what you want to do. But the fact is, everybody knows the economy was doing way better than what it is now when Trump was the president of the United States. You saw your gas prices, you saw your grocery prices, you saw your mortgage rates. What are the mortgage rate now? You saw your mortgage rate 4 years ago. You saw the way the border was. You saw Ukraine and Russia. You weren't sending billions of munitions to Ukraine. You saw Israel and the Palestinian people. You saw the Abraham Accords. Okay? You saw the funding of the HBCUs. You saw those things. Like, these are things you saw when he went to NATO and he said, you guys got to pay up. I got people counting on me, just like a father would do for his family, just like a leader would do for his people. He went there and he said, you guys have to pay up. My people need the money. I'm not here to do charity work. So everybody knew this man. He made deals for farmers. He signed the First Step Act that freed men from jail for small minor crimes and reduced sentencing. So it's like, if you think about these things, you would see that this person actually has a track record to run on. But then what is your track record, Kamala? Kamala is running based on what she's going to do. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I'm not here to convince you to vote for Trump. I'm not here to convince you to vote for Kamala. I'm just here to let you know, vote for who you want to vote for, but you got to think about, the people that you love. Okay, you got to think about the people that pound on you, and I mean, regardless of who wins the election, if you actually focus on yourself and your family and your finances, and you spend less than you earn, you're still gonna do good. This is America. You're not gonna be broke if you spend less than you earn. This is America. You would do good. However, if you have low gas prices, low inflation, low mortgage rate, safer border, you're not sending billions to Ukraine, all of these things would help you even more. But I'm just letting you know, man, vote with your senses, vote for policies, not emotions, okay? All right, let's listen to the closing statement. Let's see what time it is. Let's see what time it is. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, and let's get it.
Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris.
Now, this closing remark from Kamala is 100% on point. Just having a conversation, okay? When you're having what she just said now. However, you say you are for the hardworking people. But the hardworking people are suffering right now because of the high inflation. So how does your performance back up what you're saying? Are you just going to be all talk or are you going to talk about the performance? So her performance right now is not reflecting all what she's saying right now. So it's like, is she like just a typical politician that just all talk, no action? Or she's saying, you know what, I know this administration didn't do what they're supposed to do. I will be a better person and just vote for me. I'm going to be different. Is that what she's meaning? Because what she's saying now, she says she wants to help hardworking people. She wants to help everybody working hard. She wants to help the middle class. She wants a better future for America. But it's like, we are currently going through hard times right now, though. Like, this is the hardest times right now. Inflation is high. Everything is high. So are you saying, this is total BS that this administration has done and you want to do better? Or you're saying, you know what? We've done good stuff. I don't know, because I don't even know what to believe, bro. I don't know what to believe.
Thank you. President Trump.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like We're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question.
This is what I was talking about. Like, you're saying you're talking a good game, but why haven't you done it though? And this is why Trump won in 2016 when Hillary was talking about what she's gonna do, and Trump was like, "You've been here for 30 years. Why haven't you done it though?" So I think this is gonna be the same thing happening now for Kamala. It's like you've been here for almost 4 years. You've been the vice president, the first woman vice president, and now probably maybe she may be the first woman president. So you're saying you are the first woman vice president and you have no results, no performance to run on. You're only running based on what you are going to do. I don't know. I just don't know if I mean, like I said, she's talking a good game, but then there's nothing to back it up. No performance. And nobody gets a promotion without a very, very good performance. This is everywhere. Who promotes you if you did a terrible job or if you have nothing to show for it? You know what I mean? So smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, and let's get it.
Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe
Trump, look, bro. Trump is just on another level. It said, I know these world leaders. They respect me. They're calling me. They're coming to see me. Damn. OG, dog. OG, dog. He says, they're coming to see me. God damn. Man, he's fronting on her right now. They're coming to see me, yo. That's wild. That's just wild. Okay, so let's keep watching. Also, I want to say thank you to Paul, my boy Paul. Paul is a Democrat. He doesn't agree with whatever I say for a fact, but he always supports the channel. So, like I always say, freedom of speech. If you say something very crazy, you get blocked specifically. Okay? But if you don't say anything stupid and you stick to the topic, freedom of speech, bro. Say what you want. You can call me names. I don't give a damn. Do whatever you want to say. Say whatever you want to say. But, once we've had it with you, you get blocked. So thank you one more time to Paul for sending in the Cash App. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
toughest of all is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
What do you guys think overall, though? What do you guys think overall? Who won the debate? For me, over 10, I would give Trump 7. Over 10, I would give Kamala 5 because she spoke a good game, but then there's no performance to back it up. I gave Trump 7. Yesterday I gave him 8, but today I gave him 7 because I'm now actually hearing that, I said it yesterday, he had no plan for health care. And still today, I will still give him, I'm bringing it down to 7 now because I gave Kamala 5 yesterday. I'm still keeping it at 5 because I feel like she really didn't, She didn't prove any point. To me, she talked a good game, but I'm keeping it at 5 today because compare and contrast to Trump, she did talk about the health care and the Affordable Care Act. However, Trump won the debate for me 7/10, and Kamala has 5/10. It is what it is. Well, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let me know what you think. Who won the debate? According to the polls right here, we have over 7,000 people that have voted, and Trump has 70% of those votes, and Kamala has 30% of those votes. So smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Also, I don't know if you know, today Biden wore the 2024 Trump 2024 hat today. Did you guys know anything about that? Trump. What's up, Corey B? What's up, Ellie? What's up, my boys? What's up, Matthew? What's up, Nia Truck? What's up, Amanda? What's up? Romeo 86, you know what time it is. Paul, my dog. Ryan, Chris Lane, JJ Hawkins, Tara DDP, Trish MC, Josie, Tony Whitebrick, Arme Morrow. Man, everybody watching the live show, thank you so much. Thank you. Did you see that Biden wore the Trump 2024 act? Did you see Trump wore the Trump 2024 hat? I mean, I don't know what the hell going on, but he did. Also, at the 9/11 ceremony today, Kamala was there with President Joe Biden and former President Trump. Let's see what time it is.
Power to affect the world for
Bautista.
Tell them what you went through, tell them to never forget what your family went through.
My brother as well, wearing your badge number as a fire department. God bless all.
Found peace.
Okay, I gotta get a better video for y'all. Let me get a better video for you guys. Side. All right, guys. I think. Sure.
We begin with the presidential debate between former President Trump and Vice President Harris. The debate sparking intense backlash over how the moderators appeared to team up with Harris to take on Trump. There was not, listen to this, a single fact check for Kamala Harris. All as the ABC moderators targeted Trump with tougher questions, more follow-ups, and nonstop corrections, challenging him in real time on his statements from abortion to crime.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed. President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. Leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
Oh,
but
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That. I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker.
I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election.
So, last night ABC had a choice. They could be credible, solid, probing, fair debate moderators, or they could be partisan activists. And they chose the latter. And I sat there watching this debate wondering, where's the question about the tie-breaking vote for Kamala on inflation, on the American Rescue Plan? I sat there thinking to myself, where's the question about taxpayer-funded gender transition surgeries from illegal immigrants? It didn't exist. I sat there, and we have a visual aid for this one. Where's the question about her running mate, babies born alive after abortions being left to die before changing the reporting requirements? And we'll scroll this as well, where are the questions about every single one of these policies, Harris, these radical policies? I believe one or two were mentioned casually. None of Harris's past policies mentioned.
Not by the moderators. I mean, Donald Trump was bringing up things. He was the one, and then he was fact-checked for bringing up items about this, particularly with the subject of abortion, which when you watch was one of his strongest moments, and he filled his entire time. Like he was prepared for that question, so on and so forth. She hits him then with IVF. She doesn't get fact-checked for not knowing that he talks about that all the time and gets quite a bit of coverage for it. So the moderators, again, are not even following up and saying, Mrs. Vice President or Madam Vice President, why didn't you know that? That's been out there. You hit the former president incorrectly there. No, they didn't do any of that. They actually did the fact-checking with her about Trump. That was the clip that you just, and by the way, he just said this. Well, you know that, Kamala Harris. So, I mean, it was really interesting. I think at the end of the day, I don't know how much this moves the needle for people because we didn't learn anything about her. And one of my guests on Voters' Voices said it best last hour. Trump would have really done well for himself to move his closing argument into every segment of that debate. Mm-hmm. Like, as much as he hit the border, which is intensely important with people across the country, we know that from polling and just from talking with him, as I do, but it would have helped for him to say, so why haven't you done this in 3.5 years? Like, literally, with every single moment, he could have done that. And he had time to do it because they didn't do follow-ups with her.
Yeah, follow-ups. Some were necessary. In fact, we put together the tall tales of Kamala Harris for you. Let's take a listen to this.
A detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. If Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
So you just heard Charlottesville and bloodbath. You would think David Muir, Lindsay Davis, hopped up on some fact-checking caffeine, would have brought this up. Left-wing Snopes fact-check. We believe in facts here, so let's actually bring up the facts they failed to. Marie, Snopes, no, Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. We'll bring up PolitiFact after that. Joe Biden claimed Trump said there would be a bloodbath if he is not elected. Trump was discussing the auto industry. Why would they not fact check her on this?
Well, look, I will answer that question by saying I was on with my friend Mark Thiessen last night, who's a conservative Republican, and he made these same points about ABC. But then what he said was, if we're complaining about the refs, we're losing. So do Republicans wish there had been more fact checks of Kamala Harris? Sure. I would point out that Donald Trump got more than 10 minutes more than Kamala Harris to speak last night. So he was given a lot more time to speak by the numbers. And he had opportunities to use that time however he wanted. And the challenge was he used that time to take every bait that Kamala.
That's true. That's true. If we are complaining about the refs, then we're not doing a great job. So this is what I'm saying. Like people saying 3-on-1, that shouldn't be the conversation, okay? Your conversation should be next time if they ever do a second debate, Trump needs to come with a healthcare plan. I don't give a damn if they steal it from him. You need a healthcare plan for the people voting for you. That's all. Period. Okay. Nobody cares. Okay. He needs to bring that up, and then everything else, I think he did great.
Kamala Harris put in front of him. He spewed lie after lie after lie after lie. And I'm glad that the moderators did fact check some of them. And I think that the American people last night saw, setting aside what ABC did or didn't do, I think they saw two very different candidates. And a Donald Trump who, when put under pressure from Kamala Harris, not Joe Biden, this isn't June 25th when we were sitting here on this couch the day after talking about that. When he was put on the spot, he lied and lied and lied.
You mentioned lie a lot, but was it truthful for her to bring up a Charlottesville hoax, a bloodbath hoax? Was that a lie?
I'm going to say, I don't think those are hoaxes. I have lived in Charlottesville. I was not there then.
But that is not what he said.
I have watched that over and over again. And it's not just that, Kaylee. There are so many times he has winked and nodded to white supremacists throughout his career. It's not in a vacuum here. He has told the Proud Boys that he supports things they do. He has dined with their leader. This isn't in a vacuum here.
He has denounced white supremacy repeatedly,
while he embraces it repeatedly. And
this is the thing, like for when I actually have a conversation with broke people, like real life broke people, they're like, man, bring back Trump, man, bring back Trump, things were better. But when you talk to rich people are like, some rich people will tell you, you know what, I don't really care if Trump wins or not. And they'll tell you, you know what, I don't even want Trump to win. Most rich people that I've had a conversation with, they'll be like, yo, you know what, I think we want something new, something that inspires hope, which Kamala brings, because they already have money. They don't care about inflation. They don't care about mortgage rates. They don't care about gas. They don't care about egg. They don't care about price of milk. Who gives a? They don't care about price of milk because they got money. But when you talk to broke people, real life broke people, they're gonna tell you, man, you better bring back Trump. That's what broke people always. If you go to the hood now, talk to them, they'll tell you bring back Trump. This is just a fact. So these people here, right here, look at her. She definitely is rich. I'll tell you that much. Okay, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
And again, if we're talking about politics and whether, to Harris's point, it will move the needle, we're sitting here today talking about how close Donald Trump is to white supremacists after a night.
No,
I think that's what you're talking about.
That's what you're talking about.
A lot of the American people are today. And look, if we're talking about,
Emily, no,
whether people are eating cats and whether we are talking today about him going down rabbit
that is what
holes.
you are talking about, white supremacy and cat eating. The American people, Emily, I believe, wanted to see
that's not what the focus
how
group showed.
They would lower costs at the
After
grocery
last
store,
night.
how Kamala Harris would lower housing costs, how she would secure the border, how she would end two wars that, by the way, were created on her watch. They weren't thinking about cats and
the same thing that they were talking about in 2016, extremists, white supremacists, and all this stuff, And for YouTube, this is for entertainment purposes only. I'm not trying to harm anybody with my content. We're just having a review, okay? Shout out to YouTube. This is just a review, and we're just having a conversation, and I don't want to hurt people with my content. Okay, back to it. This right here is just the same thing they've been talking about Trump for years and years and years and years and years. Cap. When he was president, everybody was, we were chilling. Okay.
White supremacy, they got no answers from Kamala Harris on that.
Look, I have to say that the cronyism occurring between the ABC moderators and the Democrat Party was on full display last night. It did no American any favors, and it certainly did not do former President Donald Trump any type of neutral or respectful platform. I will say, however, that it's unsurprising. And the unfortunate aspect of it was the lost opportunities and the missed opportunities on the president's part to step in that gap, to unfortunately lift the weight that we can't depend on the media and the moderators to do. And what I saw last night was a very polished package of lies on one hand, and then a more emphatic, earnest delivery of the truth on the other. And at the end of the day, if you are voting on personalities, then that might have moved the needle a certain bit. But if you are voting on policies, and I pray to God every American is, then I hope that you look beneath the veneer of someone who memorized scripts and someone who was coached perfectly and someone who absorbed somehow a lot of information that we haven't ever seen coming out of their mouth for quite some time or ever. That you can look beyond that to see what would actually happen upon a vote that leads one of them to be in the commander-in-chief's seat. Because at the end of the day, that is what terrified me, that people will be swayed by the polish, aided by the ABC moderators.
And they're already voting.
There
in some battleground
that
states.
is right.
Pennsylvania.
And if you're illegal, you're voting a million times too. So.
Yeah, look, if you're looking for just poise, did Kamala Harris exceed expectations? Yeah, she probably did. But I also find her to be a total fake because she does not stand. She says, oh, my principles haven't changed. Oh, really? Then why wasn't she pressed? Why wasn't there a follow-up from those so-called moderators? They were not moderators. That's far too generous.
Activists.
The very first question is, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Well, I grew up a little girl. Like, that has nothing to do with solving America's problems. I don't think she will stand the test of time on fact-checking if people actually want to do this. And when she touts her plan to fight inflation and do that, I defy you. Go look. There is no plan. There is no actual plan to do this. I don't even think she can define inflation, let alone solve the problem. So
this is what I was talking about. The first question was, are we better off than we are 4 years ago? She never answered that question. Okay, she never answered that question. So she was just talking about how she grew up and stuff like that. Like, what are we doing? And they never said, okay, the question was, are we better off than what we were 4 years ago? She never answered the question. So this is where we are. This is where we are right now. This is where we are. She never answered that question. And I'm asking you in the chat. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
at the end of the day, voters are going to look back at this and say, yeah, okay, she had a decent, but what are they going to do to help the price of gas? How are we going to deal with inflation? How are my kids going to be able to afford a mortgage and get into a home? And to that end, I don't think she did anything. I think Democrats, like, are going to be dancing in the halls because they're really happy because it wasn't as abysmal as actually Joe Biden was. But that is an absolute floor. But does she have solutions? When she can deal with things overseas? I don't buy it, and I don't think America is either.
I did want to just fact check one thing. It was 41 minutes to 36.
I think 43 to 36.
I'm reading 41,
yeah.
But maybe that's been updated from
anyways,
9 different sources.
Trump talked more. He was given more opportunity from the moderators, in part because they were fact-checking him in real time.
Neither one of those, by the way, it's a 10-minute differential.
No fact checks. No fact checks for Kamala Harris. You know, we saw a debate hosted by left-wing activists. We'll see if it moves the needle. One thing it did not do was restore faith in the media at a historic low.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily.
You know what I mean? So...
total running time for each presidential.
And they keep talking about they were giving Trump more time. This was the plan. This is why she didn't want his mic on mute. She wanted his mic to be on so he can talk and talk and talk. Because people, like, generally, they know the more Trump talks, the more he could get on, you know, maybe he could call names. So it's like, if he calls names and the American people see it, they might say, you know what, I don't want to vote for a man like this. However, he didn't call her names. She called him more names than he called her. And like I mentioned, he had the opportunity to talk, which he did. And he's like, if she could do all what she's saying, why hasn't she done it? Like 2 years ago, nobody would even mention Kamala. Like 2 years ago, bro, 3 months ago, nobody would ever even mention Kamala in the same sentence with Trump. Now we're here talking about Kamala Harris and Trump. You guys are the funniest, bro.
Candidate after tonight's heated Harris-Trump debate wrapped up a little while ago. Former President Trump speaking just under 43 minutes. Vice President Harris speaking just over 37 and a half minutes. Plus, we just got the first results from our instant poll of debate watchers. Stand by for that. We're getting, we'll be right back. Or no, actually, we'll keep going. We're getting the first reaction to the debate from our focus group, from voters in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. Phil Mattingly is with them in Erie, Pennsylvania. So tell us who you're with and what they're saying about the debate.
Yeah, Anderson, we talk about how critical Pennsylvania is for each candidate's pathway to 270 electoral votes. We're here in Erie County, Erie, Pennsylvania. We're sitting currently at Mercyhurst University, been a wonderful host for us. The reason why we're here 400 miles away from the debate is Erie County is the swingiest county in the most important swing state of this campaign. There's no question about it. When Obama in 2012, when Trump in 2016, when Biden in 2020, the last two cycles, just about 1,500 votes each separated the two candidates. So we wanted to ask voters who have not made a firm decision yet who they want to vote for, what they actually saw in this debate. Now, these are voters that have in the past supported Republicans and Democrats. They have in the past shown support for former President Trump or for Joe Biden. But coming into this night, they told us that they had not made up their minds yet in this election. So just to step back a little bit, show our focus group two people, Erie residents, again, most important state, most important county in that state. We asked for a show of hands before the debate who hadn't made up their mind yet, but thought this debate may determine where they would go with their vote. To start with this debate, who do you think won by show of hands? Former President Trump. Two, I'll give it 4, but tentative. 2 over there. What about Vice President Harris? More hands. For those of you who thought this debate could be determinative, how many of you have made up your minds based on what you saw tonight on stage in Philadelphia? Raise your hands. All right, I want to ask you why. What did you see that brought you to a conclusion?
I think it's important to remember that we are voting for the leader of our country and not who we.
Of course, it is CNN. What were you expecting for Trump to win on CNN? Bro, chill.
Like the most, or who we want in our wedding party, but who is actually going to make our country better. And we're in an incredibly unique situation where we've had both of the candidates in office before, and we've gotten to see what they would do. And when facts come to facts, my life was better when Trump was in office. The economy was higher, inflation was lower, things were better overall. And now with Kamala's administration, things haven't been so fantastic. And she's saying she can fix the problems that her administration has caused, but I just don't know if I can afford to take that risk.
Were you leaning towards the former president coming into the night?
Probably.
And did you vote for him in 2016 or 2020?
I did.
So, decision made there.
Now, this is a lady you want to come and babysit your kid. That's a lady with common sense right there. Okay, let's keep watch.
What did you think?
As to who I would vote for in this election, I strongly felt Kamala was more optimistic, more respectful. I thought she had plans that she tried to describe in the minutes worth of time that she had. I mean, they really were limited with their time. So, I don't know.
Bro, she said Camila. Bro. Can't even pronounce the name, though.
Just felt more strongly for her as opposed to her opponent.
I want to talk about some of the moments of the debate because, as we told you guys before the debate, each of these individuals had a dial. And if they turned the dial to the right, then they felt positive about what they were hearing in that moment. If they turned it to the left, they felt less so. They felt negative about what they were hearing. We could track that throughout the debate. We're going to show you a couple of moments where you saw the biggest movement towards positive direction for both of those candidates. You will see the lines at the bottom of the screen, and you will see that movement as the sound we play you plays out. We're going to start with this.
Because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me. Hence the vote.
Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
Now that sound, obviously, that moment was a critical moment, not just for the debate on one of the critical issues of this campaign on the issue of reproductive rights and abortion, but it was also one that garnered significant reaction from our focus group, which I want to ask about right now. For those of you who responded positively to Vice President Harris's answer, tell me why.
All cap.
Yeah, please.
I responded positively to her answer because I do struggle with the abortion issue, and I don't know that she and I agree, but I don't know that, like she said, that government should be in charge of people's decisions. And I think that when she was talking about situations of rape and incest, I think that those happen more than we think that they do. And I don't know, I just felt her impassioned response and that she would carry it out.
And that resonated with you in the moment?
Yes, it did.
Who else had a positive response? Go ahead, please.
I felt like it was her most genuine and passionate that I saw her pretty much throughout it. I didn't necessarily agree with what she was saying, but my favorable reactions were because it was nice to see the passion and believability that she stands behind, and then have something to gauge more of what she says on, since she hasn't spoken a lot solidly about a lot of issues.
And I think what's been interesting, again, following how you guys were tracking the debate, which is a fascinating experience, and I should know, nobody in this room has been listening.
Bro, everybody trying to say good things about Kamala don't even know why. They're just talking about, she's passionate. She's passionate. Like, what are we doing, bro? What are we doing, bro? People cannot afford goddamn groceries.
Listening to the post-game coverage. Nobody in this room has been listening to the analysis. We've actually all been talking amongst ourselves. It's been a really great conversation. There was another critical moment, and this was Donald Trump's best moment based on your guys' responses, and it was when he was discussing Afghanistan. Listen.
We were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
So that was the former president talking about the Afghanistan withdrawal, where 13 U.S. service members were killed in that chaotic process. You're a veteran. Yes, sir. There are obviously personal feelings here as well. That answer, and it's been an issue that he's talked about constantly on the campaign. What stood out to you for it?
When I first heard that we were abandoning or we were withdrawing from Afghanistan and the way it was happening, I had my Kennedy moment. It was very similar to when we decided to invade Iraq back under President Bush. And when I saw that we were leaving that amount of high-tech equipment in the hands of our enemy, And later that day or later that week, I saw on the news where them celebrating with our guns in their hands. I realized what a travesty that was. In the loss of money in that we abandoned when we left, plus the very bullets that we left there that they were shooting at us as we flew away into planes.
We have the vice presidential nominee.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. These are the facts right here. These are the facts right here. These are the facts. Look, we've seen the debate, and now let's see what Fox has to say concerning their real-time debate reactions. We've seen CNN's real-time debate reactions. Let's see Fox real-time debate reaction. Smash the like button, subscribe, let's get it.
We heard directly from the presidential candidates last evening debating our nation's most pressing issues. And we heard the spin from all of their allies, because that's their job, actually. And the analysis from the experts. Now it is time to hear the most important voices ever. Those belong to the voters. All over the country, voters' voices. And in the front row, let's meet those who are in today. First of all, I want to welcome you, Janine. Janine, and I'm just going to kind of go through and we'll follow up with what your party is and who you're voting for and all of that. So, Ruben, you have joined us before, so welcome back. And we have Alexandria. Thank you for being here. Jay, welcome back. Good to, it's going to be spirited with Jay in the house and Ruben. Amanda in the center. And David, welcome back. You and I have talked about a lot of things this year through the Israel war and so many things, so it's really good to have you back. First of all, I want to go around and just find out what each of you thought of the debate. So let's do that. Alexandria, I know you said that at one point you needed a break, like everybody else, just to get up. What was your take on it?
It was very long, and I think while there was some focus on policy, there was so much criticism of each of the candidates, and I don't think that we really got to the meat of the issues.
Okay. Ruben, what was your thought?
I feel the same way, except that the position there, the way Trump came out was pretty aggressive. I thought he was talking into a rally. He sounded angry. I thought so. And I think when he referenced those people was not the best thing to say.
All right. And, you know, Janine, I am curious maybe just to dig in a little bit deeper. Did it move the needle for you at all?
No, I 100% am a Trump supporter. And so I believe that he was able to articulate some of the messages that needed to be articulated. And he was able to go to his track record and to talk about the shortcomings that existed with the current administration. And I feel that Kamala just deflected the entire time.
All right. So before we go to the back row there, Lee Carter, polling expert and president and partner of Maslansky and Partners, is also here. So I know you're taking all this in as we jump in. Jay, I want to get your thoughts on last night.
I thought it was a better debate between two presidential candidates, much the same for Trump. I didn't feel like his entire performance was any different than any other. And I was happy to see the vice president come out. I think she could have made a few more points, but I think she did well overall.
Amanda.
I thought the vice president did an amazing job. I thought she had command of the stage. I thought she was a clear winner in the debate. She riled up the former President Trump, had him talking about things that are insignificant like rally size and using fear-mongering and divisive tactics, which were not helpful to him at all.
David.
Well, I think stylistically, Kamala did a nice job. She was well prepared. She was disciplined. Each segment, she got across exactly what she wanted to. I would differentiate the style from the substance. I think she parried away a lot of questions she had no interest in dealing with. And Trump wasn't disciplined enough to drill down on the specific points, the immigration issue, the economy issue.
We hit that hard.
He did, but I think in certain instances where she evaded the question, I thought he had more meat on the bone that he didn't get to.
Yeah. One in particular was whether or not she'd ever met Putin. She dodged that ball like third grade. I had not seen anything quite like that, and she did not answer the question, so I think it was right about that she had. Let's get right to it now. We are going to play clips from last night's debate. Lee has showed them to a group of voters who responded in real time using handheld dials. And you can watch their feelings second by second. And the red line represents Republicans, the blue Democrats, and the yellow independents. We'll begin with the issue that polls overwhelmingly show is voters' top concern, the economy. Let's watch together.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse, mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession.
It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy.
Well, one of the things I noticed right away there, Lee, is that the blue line started to flatten and not dip so low down on that last one. He gets where people are.
He gets where people are in the economy. And that was a really interesting takeaway for me last night. I didn't expect to see independents tracking so much with Republicans last night, and they did. They wanted to hear the meat on the economy. They wanted to hear the plan. And while most of the voters that we spoke with agreed stylistically with Kamala, they said that she sort of performed better than he did on substance, on the issues on economy and immigration. They really resonated with him, and that was really what we were talking to a lot of the independent voters, and we saw that right there with that line.
So, Alexandria, you were formerly an independent. You're now a Republican. Can you speak to the issue why those two would track in your mind?
Absolutely. So I also just graduated college. I'm looking into the job market. I'm looking into the economy of housing prices, cost of food. And for me, at this point, it's not really about which candidate is the most poised or which candidate I like the most. It's about what the next 4 years will look like. And I do think that the economy under Trump was a lot stronger.
Ruben?
I agree with that, except that I do think that the strong points were the economy. He should have gone out and ran with it. He did not run with it. I thought it was more effective to do that. He should have done that. And no issues came up other than what they talked about, which is pretty overwhelmingly override. It was an override on everything. It was not even specific, and I think he should have gotten more specific.
Well, and the moderators could have gotten more specific.
Absolutely.
They could have done some re-asks,
too. It was three against one.
Yeah, from
Absolutely.
a journalism perspective, and having been on a stage.
Like this is the thing. I know, like your voice is your power. They always say use your voice. This is why they say, you know what, go out there, speak up, don't be scared, don't be shy. Your voice is your power. This is why they have debates. Okay, so now people are like, you know what, I think most people would tell you Trump had a better economy. But then it's like, you know what? He didn't really talk about the economy he had. So because he didn't talk about it, I'm supposed to forget about what type of economy we were in when Trump was president? Man, you guys are on another level. Like, you guys are on another level. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Recently with him and ABC News, basically running that as well at the Black Journalist Convention, I can tell you that this was not dissimilar to that. And so that follow-up, that need to kind of go deeper into humanize in those moments was not there last night. But that could just be a flavor thing. Who knows? David, I want to get your take on just where you saw those lines tracking. And I made the comment that when it got deeper into the economy, the Democrats stopped pitching so far low and kind of flattened out a little bit. Does Kamala Harris, to you, reach people right where they are on that issue?
Well, I think the irony is both candidates were fighting over the mantle of change, particularly over the economy. Kamala was presenting herself as the candidate of change, but of course, she's a reflection of the Biden-Harris administration, which the majority of the country disapproves of how they've handled the economy, and they prefer the Trump economy to this one. So I think it was difficult given that. But with that being said, Trump's strongest answer was the last one, where he said, look, you've proposed all these economics plans. Why haven't you done them since you've been in office for the last 3.5 years? You should have hit that harder earlier and relentlessly tied Biden to Harris. They're joined at the hip. She distanced herself at times.
All right. Jay and Amanda, I'll come straight to you with this. Vice President Harris is facing a lot of criticism over not answering for changing many of her far-left policies. 40 minutes into the debate, the moderators finally asked her about that, and it's been headlines for weeks.
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil.
Defund the police. She's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one.
So again, you saw something similar there where Republicans and independents are tracking together. And obviously that is per party, but independents supposedly don't have one that they've designated yet.
And one of the things that I heard from voters last night, I'd be really curious what you guys think, is that independent voters were looking for two things from Kamala. One, they wanted to hear more in depth on her policies. What was she really going to do for the economy? What was going to be different about the economy under her than it would have been under Biden? And number two, they wanted her to explain why she's had so many changes. She couldn't stick, they wouldn't let her get away with. We talked about it before. They didn't want her to get away with this idea of values. And so she didn't give the why that allowed people to authentically say you have a reason to change. And I think that's why you saw the independents were really up there with Republicans, and Democrats obviously were not.
So, Jay, I want to ask you something similar to what I asked Alexandria on the second question. That was about the economy. This is about public safety, police, and military, so to speak. The blue line there for Democrats was going down, and then it kind of flattened out when he got to what life is like in urban cities or urban areas. What are your thoughts on that?
Life in urban areas are complicated due to a myriad of factors that are not present when we talk about rural areas. And so I think it's easy to make inferences that don't really make the same, that don't really have the same rationale when we talk about the differences between the two. But with that said, I think it's really comparing apples to oranges. It's not the same. We have different needs and different...
Okay, let me ask it a different way, because statistically speaking, we've been seeing this, and certainly among Black and Hispanic voters. What is the disconnect between Kamala Harris and some of the people who are in those areas, who are minorities and struggling economically? Maybe that's a better way to say it, because they're dealing with the bulk of the violent crime. The rest of the nation has seen crime come down, but violent crime in specific in those areas is up.
Well, violent crime can be traced to many different root causes, whether it be economic, socioeconomic struggles, whether it could be...
And most often it's that.
Yes.
Statistically speaking.
Education.
So why doesn't she connect?
That's an interesting question. I am not sure why she doesn't connect in those areas, because I inhabit many of those areas, and I think she is connecting well in those areas. I think she's doing a fantastic job. I think she can do better.
Is it name recognition? I don't know. Maybe I'm having some sort of an epiphany about that just personally that no one else is having. But when I look at those dials and that reaction, some of it is around whether you like Trump or not, you know what he stands for. And with her, you don't. And around the issue of crime, you know in those areas, because you've lived in them, that if you can't really nail it, people's lives are at stake, and they want to know where she stands. Amanda, I'll come to you next on your thoughts.
I think one of the most powerful things that Vice President Harris did last night was her ending statement, where she said that she is going to lead from a place of, "Are you okay?" And that reminds me of civil rights icon Ruby Sales, who says, "Where does it hurt?" And when we can look at each other as human beings and as individuals and say, "Are you okay?" then we are going to be able to move collectively towards a country that works for all of us. There is no question in my mind that the Harris-Walz administration has the desire to build a country that works for all people.
Anybody want to rebut that or say anything additionally?
Sure, I would. I think that Kamala had a very polished performance last night, but she spent so much time on prep. I think Trump spent that time out there with people, out there learning about what we needed in this country.
Interesting. All right. You guys are just wonderful. I'm so glad you're here. All right. Trump record illegal immigration under the Biden-Harris administration, and the migrant crime, also a big issue, which he brought up many times, and it's a big issue for voters. Here is the former president on that.
Criminals off the street, and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
All right, you can't miss it. I mean, at one point, those lines stopped going together.
Okay, these are the facts, right? Because I said this previously. First of all, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. The facts are, if you spend less than you earn, you would do good, regardless of who is president, okay? You would do good, regardless of who is president. Just spend less than you earn. However, that doesn't excuse the high inflation. That doesn't excuse the high grocery prices, the high gas prices, high mortgage rates. That doesn't excuse the billions of munitions sent to Ukraine. See what I mean? But, some people are going to tell you, I'm not affected like that. But they do buy gas. They do buy groceries. They see these things are high. But they've cultivated the habit to spend less than they earn, and just like life is ups and downs, some people have actually gone up during this economy and some people have gone down. It is just what it is. But overall, people were doing better under Trump. It's just the facts.
And independents started going up a little bit higher than Republicans. I mean, they were right up. What is going on with independents? And we better pay a lot of attention to them.
We better. And I'll tell you, it's really interesting because in 2020, we didn't see this. We saw a big split between independents, Republicans, Democrats. It was like, all different. It was like spaghetti lines. What we're seeing now is very much like we saw in 2016, which is independents are tracking very much with Republicans. They're looking for a couple things. They're looking for answers on immigration. They're looking for answers on the economy. They want to hear that things are going to get better for them. And they also want change from what's happening right now. And I think one of the most important things they were looking for last night from Kamala Harris is, how are you going to make it different? One of Trump's most powerful statements that he said is when he said, why haven't you done it for the last 3.5 years? You are Biden. And he was really trying to say, there's going to be no change with you. And people are looking for that. So you can see in these clips, and I was really, really surprised because the intensity of the independent support there for Donald Trump was very, very strong. And I didn't expect it.
Ruben, I saw you nodding. Why?
When you talk about immigration, I mean, that's a real big issue even in our community as Latinos. We look at it very negative. You're talking about developing a new, I'm talking about the 50s and 60s, a new mentality of not independence, but dependency. Because now Medicaid goes up, Medicare goes up, all this stuff goes up, and they become, I was talking to some people who just recently in a family, and they're not looking to get out of where they are. They're not looking to do anything. They get a check, they do what they have to do, and the government is supporting them. And you're becoming victims, and that's the way I look at it. They're becoming dependent victims of a society here because they don't understand the rules here. They don't understand anything. So it's a whole learning curve for them, too, when you're talking about what laws you got to abide by. You know, you look at your drivers in the city. Think about it. I mean, nobody's really tuned into those things. Those are simple. Where are you getting insurance from if you're getting a license in New York and you're driving a wonderful car? Where are you getting that insurance from?
That's a great question.
So, God forbid, I get into an accident, I don't know where I'm going to go. And somebody hits my vehicle or hurts somebody in my car.
Wow. Janine.
I think the independents are tracking in a positive way with Trump's responses because it is obvious what's happening across the country in these cities. It is, you know, it's every single day we're seeing destruction. Every single day we're seeing crime. Every single day our safety is being compromised. And I think that you can't hide from that. And I think it's becoming more and more obvious. And something needs to change, and it needs to be done, I believe, Trump's way.
All right. You go to school in the city.
I do. And you don't have to look any further than the 5 boroughs to see the impact of the migrant crisis. I mean, our mayor, who is far from a Trump fan, said, I believe last year, the migrant crisis will destroy New York City. And this is Trump's hometown, and it's costing us billions of dollars of taxpayer funds annually. But I thought it was interesting when asked directly by the moderators, Kamala, the vice president, didn't even make an effort to defend the administration's immigration policies at all. She can't. It's indefensible. So she pivoted and she deflected, and I thought successfully. But they totally rewrote all of Trump's immigration policies year one, first 100 days. I would have liked to have seen an explanation for the country as to why they did that.
All right, let's talk about this. Democrats are pushing abortion as an election issue, as they have for the last few cycles. And here is a pretty feisty exchange after Kamala Harris falsely suggested that Donald Trump was opposed to IVF treatments. Let's watch.
I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's the problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth.
So, okay, I want to get your take on this, because the IVF, that's so fact-checkable. That's so knowable. How did she not know? He talks about it a lot.
He does talk about it a lot. And I think that's why that portion resonated. I think she has a much stronger story when it comes to abortion and reproductive rights, and that's when her strength comes through. She's ahead 20 points in the polls. Although last night I expected to see a similar kind of reaction. I didn't necessarily see it in that case. But when he was talking about this, she did seem a little bit flat-footed and unprepared on the issue, and he does have a track record. So I think this wasn't the best moment that she had on reproductive rights, but it was for him. But she had moments later that were better.
And you pointed out, and it's true, it's a place where Republicans have been looking, okay, that is a big point spread. How do we catch up? Last night, it would seem that you can catch up on the facts pretty quickly, apparently. Well, we'll see how it shakes out. Jay, I'm going to get your thoughts on that.
I think if the repeal of Roe v. Wade had not happened, the situation that happened in Alabama and their Supreme Court would never have happened. So you have to take the good with the bad. Him saying, oh, I wanted to push this back to the states, which is his new motto, because at some point you can actually find him on air saying we want to get rid of abortion altogether. So, okay, you want to push it back to the states, that's fine. You are able to do so, but now you have to also take the bad with what happened in Alabama as part of that too. You don't get to differentiate the two.
That's interesting. All right, I'm going to move on to the next topic now. President Trump called out VP Kamala Harris for being in the White House for 3.5 years. And David, you said he should have done it earlier and more often. But anyway, he did. In the close, while making campaign promises he says she could have already made happen. Let's watch.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs, and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in.
Okay, so you had a fairly large portion with hand dial, so everybody's like doing this real time, you're getting it. What was going on there?
So I think this was an exercise of framing, and I think this is one of the best things that Donald Trump did last night, was he framed something that people are going to remember, which is, if she's saying that she's going to do all these things, why hasn't she done it in the last 3.5 years? And it's a question that a lot of voters had, and I think it's also the question a lot of Democrats have. So you didn't see Democrats go as low when he was talking about that, because they want to know, what is going to be different now? What are you going to do different? And it was a very, very smart exercise in framing. He should have done it earlier. This is his closing. It could have done it often and all throughout, because I do think it was one of the most powerful things he did.
All right. I want to hit two real quick. David, I'm coming to you, and then Amanda.
Okay.
Sure. Well, yeah, I think both of them are fighting over that mantle of change. I think the country, polls have shown majority of voters are not happy with the direction of the country. So Harris is a representation of this administration. Trump's saying, look, I'm the change candidate. Harris is saying she's younger, she's a different generation of leaders. Therefore, Trump is basically a quasi-incumbent. And ultimately, the voters will decide which version of that they agree with.
Well, we only have one leadership in the White House at a time, and he's not it, and she's there. And there's no daylight between them, she and Biden, because she tells us that all the time. Amanda.
So we also know that in a democracy, the president is still not have superpowers, right? They can't do absolutely everything. There's still a Supreme Court, there's still a Congress. And so some of the things that the Republicans will say she hasn't been able to do is literally just procedural. You have to have enough votes to be able to pass it. More importantly than that, however, she actually has been highly successful as the vice president. I got checks in the mail for the Child Rescue Act. I never got anything from the Trump administration during COVID when we were floundering. For the first time ever, Kamala Harris put together a gun prevention and a gun safety quorum to come to the White House and say, what can we do about this? My children are scared to death. I have 3 children in public school. They are scared to death to go to school because of the gun violence problem in this country. And she, for the first time, put together a panel and said, we are going to do something about this. So she actually has been highly successful already.
I feel like we want to have a Republican respond. Show of hands, anybody?
Bro, that's
Ruben?
cap, bro.
Janine.
Whoa,
All right, and then we're done.
So, I think that an epic fail last night for her was the very first question, and that was, are Americans better off today than they were when you came into office 3.5 years ago? And she sidestepped it. She walked around it. She has nothing to point to, nothing that has done anything but to make this country weaker, to look at our economy, look at immigration. She has not been able to point to one thing that she's done, and it's a huge problem, and it's going to continue forward.
It is fascinating to me how different your take was. You had specific examples.
Yeah, and absolutely
but
she did it for me.
She's been vice president for 3.5 years, and as David and Janine are saying, she couldn't do what you just did. That's a problem.
I think she has, and I think we're going to see it by November 5th.
We'll bring you guys back. This was great. I want to thank you very, very much, Lee. Always good to see you.
Hey, everyone.
This is what I said yesterday. This is what I said. Well, yesterday and today, I said, look, people are going to cap all over this debate. You know what I mean? People are going to keep capping. But the fact is, why haven't you done it yet? Okay? Smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. What else do we have? Do we want to listen? Is there a claim to be changed? All right, let's listen to J.D. Vance, and we're going to close it off with J.D. Vance. Let's close it off with the main man, the vice presidential nominee for the GOP party. And let's see what time it is. All right. Subscribe to the channel. Smash the like button. Let's get it, man.
The vice presidential nominee, Senator J.D. Vance, joining me now. Good to see you, sir. Welcome. Thank you very much for being here. What was it like down there when you were standing there with the current vice president, the current president of the United States? We saw a little handshake there. What was that moment like between the two of them? You were right there.
Well, it was cordial and polite, but obviously all of us were there to remember the victims of 9/11. And I'd never been there myself. And of course, an incredibly tragic day in our country's history, a sad day, but also a really beautiful ceremony remembering those that we had lost. And as somebody who had never seen it before, I think the person who affected me the most, and there were so many good testimonials, but there was a 29-year-old woman who talked about losing her father when she was 6 years old, 23 years ago. And I have a 7-year-old boy at home. And you think about all the moments that that father was deprived of, all the moments that daughter was deprived of, you know, helping a daughter through first heartache, through homework assignments, through hopefully the moments of triumph, graduation, and hopefully, you know, walking her down the aisle. And you think about all these things that this father gave up and was taken from him, and all the things that were taken from that daughter. And you just can't help but think magnified 3,000 individual stories of lives lost, of families torn apart. And it's also, you know, you talked about this earlier, but all these grandkids who never knew their grandfather, never knew their grandmother, but their memories are kept alive in the love and the stories of their family. And again, it is a very tragic thing, but it also is a very beautiful thing because there's a lot of rebuilding and a lot of hope that came out of that tragedy. So just a very moving experience. I think a big day for all of us to see it with our own eyes and to really feel that tragedy up close and personal.
Well, let me ask you this, because the Taliban is back in charge in Afghanistan. All these years, all these lives lost. Later, the Taliban's back in charge. We have people on the terror watch list crossing the border. So this is a day that I think it's really important to reflect and recognize these families. But I also think it's really important to think about the threat that exists today. Of course. It's not something that we ever hear much about from the White House. What's your take on how much danger we're in now?
Yeah, Martha, we need to prevent this from ever happening again. Of course, what we should take from that moment, from that incredible ceremony this morning, is it's terrible and there is a lot of hope that came out of it, but we can't ever let this happen again. Go back to 9/11. That cost $500,000 for al-Qaeda and the Taliban to plan and execute that operation. We have given the Taliban, just since the fall of the Afghan government, hundreds of millions of dollars in direct American taxpayer aid. If they can do 9/11 with $500,000, what can they do with hundreds of millions of dollars of American taxpayer money? Kamala Harris has done nothing to stop that flow of money to the Taliban. At the same time, she's opened the border, allowing God knows how many of those fighters, military-age males, to come into our border completely unchecked and uncontrolled. So I really do believe, as tragic as today is, that we are as a greater risk of a terror attack in this country as we've been since 9/11. I hope to God it doesn't happen, but if it does, God forbid, it will be because Kamala Harris has not done her job and has not kept us safe.
Well, as someone who joined the Marines, I think we're going to listen. The president speaking. Stay with us if you would. Let's listen.
And no, we're looking at it, but you know, when you win, you don't really necessarily have to do it a second time. So we'll see. But I thought we had a great debate last night. Thank you very much.
What would need to change for you to agree to a second debate? Would you want different rules? Would you want a different format?
Well, you know, when you don't win, it's like a fighter. When a fighter has a bad fight, gets knocked out, or loses the fight, the first thing he says is, "We want a rematch." So we won the debate according to every poll, every single poll. I think that are we going to do a rematch? I just don't know, but we'll think about it.
Would you still do the one on NBC on September 25th? You proposed that. Are you still committed to that?
I would do NBC. I'd do Fox too. I'd do Fox too. But right now we have to determine whether or not we even want to do it. We had a great night last night, and you see by the poll numbers, it was really fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Back to the van. Thank you.
Former President Trump has spent the entire day really remembering September 11th, talking to firefighters. He spent a lot of time in there with family members, and you just saw the press asking a question about whether or not there's going to be another debate. Do you think there should be another debate?
I think it's ultimately up to the president. I do think the president had a very good night, and I know the pundits are trying to tell this story that Kamala Harris knocked him off his game or got under his skin. But if you look at how undecided voters reacted to last night, if you look at the complete lack of any real specificity to Kamala Harris' plans, this is a person who's been vice president for 3.5 years, has presided over record inflation, a wide open southern border, and yet has these super vague slogans for how she's going to fix it if the American people give her a promotion. I think most Americans who saw that, they just don't buy it. They don't believe that this person is going to be radically different than she has been in the past 3.5 years. So I think the president had a great night. It's ultimately up to him. Obviously, he likes these debates and he's good at them. So I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to step back in the ring, but I also wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't. It's his choice.
Well, you know, you mentioned independent voters, and I always think, you know, we all are so caught up in the coverage. We watch every single second. We watch, you know, we listen to each other's commentary on all of this. But it falls differently, I think, when the American people watch it at home in many ways, because, you know, they're finishing up the dinner dishes and they come back and they watch a little bit more, and then they see a lot of these bits on social media the next day. But this was our dials. Lee Carter does the dials, and I thought this was very interesting this morning. morning when I was watching this. Watch what happens, as you just said, with independent voters. The question was on the economy, and I just want to point out before you look at this, so you don't have to take a second to figure it out. The red line is the Republicans who are dialing up or down for the approval. Yellow is independents dialing up or down, and blue is Democrats watching who are dialing as well. Watch this.
She doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done.
Unfortunately, there were not that many questions about the economy. The number one issue, but that was one of them.
Yeah, which of course was, I think, a real oversight from the moderators. But look, we still talked enough about the economy. You saw the president there making his case. And you obviously see independent voters who are the most important voters. They're the voters who will determine the election, responding very favorably to it. Look, people just don't buy that Kamala Harris is somehow the change agent. She's been vice president for 3.5 years. She supported the open border. She supported ending remain in Mexico. She supported ending deportations, and she of course cast the tie-breaking vote for the Inflation Explosion Act. So it's hysterical, frankly, for Kamala Harris to say, I represent a departure from the very policies that I've been rubber stamping for 3.5 years. The American people don't buy it. I think the president did a very good job at reminding people just how much Kamala Harris bears responsibility for what's been going on in this country.
You know, I want to ask you another question about the military, because this is a moment when she claimed that we don't have any combat veterans in action at this moment. And as a former veteran, or as a veteran, I should say, I want to ask you about this. Let's watch this.
As of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world.
Incredible. And for me, it's a bookend to President Biden on June 27th saying that no one had been killed. No American service member had been killed, which to ignore what happened at Abbey Gate was so reprehensible. I think it's one of the reasons that he's no longer in the race. Well, but your take on what she said.
Martha, it's astonishing for the vice president to say this. Just a couple of weeks ago, you had American troops who were seriously injured, likely by Iranian-backed militias. The fact that she actually serves as the vice president and is apparently unaware that the people serving underneath her are not just in harm's way, they're not just in a combat zone, Martha, they have been actually injured in just the last couple of weeks. And again, it shows how thin and superficial Kamala Harris's entire approach to public policy is. This is a person who doesn't know what's going on. She doesn't know what's going on around the world. She can't articulate her own economic policies. She can't tell what's different about her policies from Biden's policies. There's just not a whole lot of substance there. And whatever your disagreements about Kamala Harris's policies, and I have many, I don't want a vice president who doesn't even know that we have troops in harm's way. That's not a leader that's fit to serve.
I mean, you look at Syria, you look at the effort around the Houthi rebels. There are Americans, I heard Joey Jones talking about this morning, I thought he was eloquent on this, talking about the fact that every one of those people could be activated within minutes. So they are there to protect, they are there when, you know what hits the fan, to be ready to protect American interests at any moment. I also, this story's gotten almost no attention, but I've been keeping an eye on it. This Pakistani individual who was arrested on July 12th, the day before the assassination attempt on President Trump, apparently at the direction of Iran, was here to try to kill President Biden or President Trump. And, Iran's role in all of this, I think, I don't know why it's not getting more attention, but it also is something I think that could blow up any minute.
It should get more attention, and it's one of the reasons why the Iranians have leverage over us is that wide open southern border. We have no idea how many active terrorist cells that are operating within this country right now because they've been welcomed in across that wide open southern border. We're going to eventually have to respond to some crisis in the world, and these guys are going to be in a better position to hit back against us because of who Kamala Harris has led into this country. So the border, I think President Trump made this point last night. It's such an important point. The border is connected to everything. The border has made our national security weaker. It's given the bad guys leverage over our country. You let in 25 million illegal aliens, it drives up the cost of housing because foreign foreigners who shouldn't be here are competing with Americans for scarce homes. Everything has gotten worse under Kamala Harris's leadership. The border's a big part of it, and it drives so much of what's broken in this country.
So how was your experience watching last night when you think about the fact that you are up next, or maybe up next, depending on how things go? And, you know, of course, we're hoping we're going to see another presidential debate, and we'd love to do it here. How are you preparing? What's your method of preparation against Governor Walz?
Well, by the way, I appreciate you guys being willing to host these debates. It's very important. And unfortunately, you have Vice President Harris and Tim Walz, who are effectively running from the American media, running from hostile media, running from friendly media. And I think it's really disgrace. I mean, the way that I think about this is it's an opportunity, right? I get 90 minutes to talk to the American people about how Donald Trump can make their lives better, about how his vision for fixing inflation.
So first of all, do you guys think Kamala would do a Fox debate with President Trump? Do you think she's going to do a Fox debate with President Trump? I don't think so. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Inflation, for lowering the cost of housing and securing that southern border, and why they should elect him president of the United States to make their lives better. So it's 90 minutes where we're going to talk about a lot of policy. I'm trying to read and just understand as much as possible, you know, what Tim Walz has done, what policies he supported, and how it's so different from the prosperity and peace that Donald Trump delivered. I want to talk to people, and I get an opportunity to do that for 90 minutes. So we're going to try to be as well versed in the policy, because that's ultimately what's going to make people's lives better, as it happened under Donald Trump, or worse, as it's happened under Kamala Harris.
I mean, I think there are a lot of issues that have been talked about lately that don't really matter all that much. We can guess what some of them are, but it was interesting last night that Taylor Swift gave her endorsement of Harris and Walz right after. She has 283 million followers on Instagram, and I'm sure that.
Okay, who do you guys want to put your money on when it comes to Team and JD? Who do you think will win the debate against Team and JD? I think JD, he's like a reserved person. He talks solely based on policies and what he thinks the American people want to hear, versus Team. I don't know, man. I'm gonna put my money on JD too.
Someone brought to your attention that she signed it, childless cat lady. This is a phrase that you are going to hear in your dreams and your nightmares probably for many years to come. How do you speak to women voters who obviously they care about what she thinks?
Of course. Well, look, we admire Taylor Swift's music, but I don't think most Americans, whether they like her music or fans of hers or not, are going to be influenced by a billionaire celebrity who I think is fundamentally disconnected from the interests and the problems of most Americans. Look, when grocery prices go up by 20%, it hurts most Americans. It doesn't hurt Taylor Swift. When housing prices become unaffordable, it doesn't affect Taylor Swift or any other billionaire. It does affect middle-class Americans all over our country. And so I think our pitch to women voters is very simple. Donald Trump delivered policies that lowered the prices of groceries, lowered the prices of housing, and most importantly, Donald Trump delivered public safety in our country. You know, I've got 3 little kids. I want my kids to grow up in a country where the neighborhoods are safe enough.
This is the fact. This is why I say JD would win the debates. Listen to what he's saying. When the prices go up, when the grocery prices go up, when the mortgage rate goes up, when the houses go up, you think Taylor Swift cares? You think bro, one night show buys all the houses y'all are trying to buy. So she ain't finna, she's just typing on the Swifties. Man, bro.
The streets are safe enough for them to make mistakes and not have it take their life. You've got little kids who are doing drugs laced with fentanyl. 20 years ago, you smoke a joint, you get yelled at by your parents. Today, you smoke a joint, it's laced with fentanyl, and it might take a teenager's life. I don't want that for my family. I don't think most women want that for their neighborhoods and their families. And our argument is, elect Donald Trump, will redeliver the public safety that's been so lacking in this country the last 3 years.
Yeah, I thought there was some substance on the foreign policy front last night. And on the issue of Ukraine, there are many conservatives and Republicans who do not share your views on this issue. And there's a big push right now from President Zelensky to unleash the restraint on how they can use weapons in how deeply they can use these weapons into Russia, these missiles. And a lot of Republicans and conservatives support this. They are worried that this is a similar situation to Hitler in World War II, that there will be a creep across Europe. Why shouldn't we make sure that that doesn't happen and help Ukraine succeed in that mission?
Well, look, obviously, we don't think the Russians should have invaded Ukraine in the first place. But what President Trump has said is what's in our best interest, what's in Ukraine's best interest, is for the killing to stop. So there needs to be some pressure put on the Russians and, frankly, put on the Europeans to step up, to come to the negotiating table and to end the conflict. You have to ask yourself, what can Ukraine accomplish through further fighting? What are the risks of escalation? Are we sleepwalking ourselves into World War III with Vice President Kamala Harris and President Biden, who doesn't know where the hell he is? We have got to have strong leadership. But while we're in the situation that we're in, we need to recognize the best thing for Ukraine and for our own country is to de-escalate, bring about some peace to the region. By the way, Donald Trump has done this in the past. This is not an abstraction. He can deliver peace. He's just got to get back in the Oval Office.
Senator Vance, vice presidential candidate, thank you for your time today.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, the sidestepper in chief was busy last night.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Look, we're going to play 2 more videos, one from Fox and one from CNN. So strap up. Let's see what time it is. Let's go.
Kamala Harris dodging like crazy on her radical record, spewing out canned, rehearsed lines and polished talking points. And of course, the liberal media was lapping it up. Watch this.
She whooped him. She just whooped him. She baited him, and then she spanked him. She baited him, and then she spanked him.
Donald Trump got destroyed in this debate because he can't control his mind.
Kamala Harris was superb. She was elegant. She was classy.
She was relentless in her prosecution of Donald Trump.
I've never seen a starker contrast in presentation from 2 candidates in any debate.
That was almost like elder abuse.
There was a booty whooping.
Clearly, Vice President Harris kicked some butt.
Okay, Jesse, I'll start with you. It's interesting. Reuters comes out, and 6 out of the 10, they say, are going Trump's way. 3 out of 10 of the undecideds are going her way. So if it was so great and if he whooped her, why are the numbers still in Trump's favor?
So we're saying Harold's wrong, and I would agree that Harold is wrong again.
Yes.
Because we get paid to analyze this, and we see this as a performance. We see this as a performance like we're performing now, like on cable. You're trying to win arguments. You're trying to land shots concisely with a little flair. Yes, she had Trump on the defensive a lot of the time. Yes, Trump snapped a couple times. But that's not what the regular voter cares about. That's what MSNBC cares about. That's what Kamala's handlers might care about, because when he's snapping and freaking out about crowd size, she doesn't have to talk about taking away people's guns or banning fracking. Everybody knows at the end of this debate what Donald Trump stands for. Even people who don't follow politics, they know he stands for cutting taxes, regulations, securing the border, and bringing peace. No one knows still, after a convention, a CNN interview, and this 90-minute debate with 67 million people watching, what she stands for. Well, a restaurant owner, friend of mine, says the customer always remembers dessert. They always remember the last thing you eat. And last night, he closed with his probably strongest argument. You've been there 3.5 years, making a lot of promises. Why haven't you done it already? That's what people will remember if they stayed up till 10:45.
Which isn't so late, Jesse,
Not late,
honestly.
maybe just for me.
All right. You know what, Dana? For the past 3.5 years, we've talked about our word salads. We've talked about the people who have left our office. We've talked about the resets. We talked about, did we lower the bar so that when she came across as articulate, everybody's like, oh, she should run to be president?
Well, the night before the debate on this show, Jesse said, wait, you guys, we are lowering the bar too much. She's going to do great. And I remember you said, she'll be prepared. And I think that 5 days in a hotel room without a kitchen to use your spices is a long time to be prepping for a debate. But look, it worked for her. And she talked to 67 million people last night. They might not go in her favor. They might not decide to vote for her, but she didn't collapse. And that was what the worry was with the Democrats, right? They were holding their breath going, oh my gosh, is this a bad idea that they've not let her do any other media interviews? She's not done anything. She does the debate. She gets through it without a collapse. She was a competitor and she lives to fight another day. And here's the other thing. They've got a major cash advantage. And I bet, I don't know if Harold probably has more insight into this, but I bet that they raised a lot of money today. So the media had lowered the bar. Her team had smartly lowered the bar. And Trump's out there doing a ton of interviews. He did miss opportunities. I just want to mention one other thing, though. The reason that Kamala Harris keeps bringing up Project 2025 is because it is working in her favor.
Right.
And I know that Trump is disavowed it. I know he's distanced himself from it. Like, I think that they have to do something more, because in that New York Times poll from last weekend, which was not good for Harris, there was one nugget in there that was good for them, and it was that issue, because something like 70% of voters had heard about it. That was kind of shocking. They'd heard about that, and they had a negative view of it. So that's why they keep bringing it up, even though nobody could actually tell you what's in it.
You know, what's interesting, Harold, about 2025 is that Trump said, I wasn't a part of it. I haven't even read the thing. I want nothing to do with it. He tried to distance himself. I mean, at least he answered the question. He explained. She doesn't answer anything, and she gets the benefit of the doubt.
Well, you know, you're likely right, more right than wrong, but hear me out.
Yeah.
Republicans have criticized Tim Walz for some of his positions over the years, and it's fair game because he's on the VP ticket. Project 2025, J.D. Vance wrote the foreword for it. So when Democrats point that out, although President Trump has not endorsed it, if it's fair to attack Governor Walz and attack Vice President Harris, then why isn't it fair to suggest that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump? But let's think on that one for a moment. If you listen to us around the table, you listen to some in the media over the last few months describe Kamala Harris, and you watched the debate last night, it was a very different person how people have described her. She came across, whether you like her policies, and I think we need more information on that, Jesse, I would agree with you, but she came across calm and presidential last night. You may not like what she wants to do, but this idea that she's dumb and she's stupid, I think I've heard President Trump use the word stupid sometimes. She didn't appear that way. I never thought she was that, but if you were watching the debate and watching her for the first time, she didn't appear that way. I think as we think about this over the next several days, I think the polling in the 7 key states, and I would add North Carolina to that now, we'll get a chance to see if there was any movement. I don't think there will be a lot of movement, but most people get a little bounce out of the polls if they perform well. And now both sides have said they won. I happen to think Vice President Harris won the debate. Finally, I don't know what either of them, frankly, would do, Jesse, on a lot of things. I know what President Trump did, but they both. And she appeared calm and didn't have to answer as many questions as I wanted her to answer on substance. And he just he got literally baited into every bad decision one could make in a debate. Finally, if you believe, and some people do, I've read in social media and some around the table suggesting that the debate was designed to help her. This is a debate. And if you believe that the questioners are not asking the right questions, as the person in that room, you have a responsibility, and it's on you to raise those issues. And he didn't do that. So if I'm him, I'm absolutely going to ask for a second debate to be able to do some of the things that you guys are brilliantly talking about around the table. But I think you have to honestly say he didn't do.
So, Greg, are you supposed to, as the person debating, call out the moderators and then correct them and then try to get your own information out when they're pushing all this crazy stuff?
Yeah, the idea that, Trump should have controlled himself better. How do you control anything in a choreographed mugging? The goal here, and everybody's talking about his temperament, the whole goal, the direction of this debate was about Trump's temperament. It was orchestrated as an ambush to create the desired anger. It's like saying, look how wet the witch got as you dunk her in water. They targeted him from all sides, and they baited him. And at a certain point, it took 15, 20 minutes before finally he had enough. And this was all about triage. Kamala needed help. She needed reconstructive surgery, but it was done on Trump to make him look ugly and make her look better. I did not see her in the debate. I saw the moderators, the structure, the choreography, the setup. Yeah, she was calm. You'd be calm, too, if you were in a self-driving car, because she certainly wasn't driving that car. Other people were doing it for you. And to be happy that she won, that's like saying, my kid, he plays soccer, but he's exempt from the rules. It's like he scored 4 goals. Yeah, but he's allowed to use his hands. You have a pathetic child. She's a pathetic child.
Greg, it's like Harold Ford Jr.
Yeah.
He gets ganged up on every show.
Yes.
Do I complain? And he is composed. And he's calm. And sometimes people think Trump should be that way because he knows what's happening at 5 o'clock every single time. It's an ambush.
It's 4-1.
No, it's not. No, we all love you, Harold. It's not 4-1. You know that.
Click here to subscribe.
Like, I don't think she won the debate. I don't know what debate they watched, but look, this is the poll right here. Who won the debate yesterday? We have almost 9,000 votes, and 70% of those votes went to Trump, and 30% goes to Kamala. So I don't know what they're saying, talking about Trump lost the debate. It's a lie. Trump didn't lose the debate. And they're talking about Trump lost his cool. He never lost his cool. He did say some things, but he never lost his cool. He never called her a disgrace. She called him a disgrace. Okay, so she called him, she said, leaders around the world are laughing at him. Like, bro, there was no war when he was president. Ukraine and Russia did not happen. Israel and the Palestinian people did not happen. What are you talking about? The world was laughing at him. They didn't laugh at him because nobody wanted smoke with Trump. And that's just the fact. So all of this stuff, just a bunch of BS. All right, last video. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Well, the Harris-Trump presidential debate in Philadelphia is now history, and Americans are digesting what they heard and whether it's going to impact how they vote. I want to get some more results from our post-debate instant polls. Our political director, David Chalian, is back with us. David, what else are you learning?
Yeah, Anderson, this is a poll of debate watchers, not of the country overall or the electorate, obviously. But it's not that partisanly, in a partisan way, different than what we see broadly among registered voters. This is really interesting. Among the candidates' favorable and unfavorable ratings, take a look here at what we found. Before the debate, Harris's favorable rating was at 39%. After the debate, among these debate watchers, her favorability rating went up 6 points to 45%. Donald Trump actually ticked down 2 points among these debate watchers from 41% favorable to 39% favorable. That's about roughly the same. That's not a 2% tick down there. Is not huge. But I do want to note Kamala Harris's uptick driven a lot by independent voters. She was minus 17. More unfavorable than favorable among these debate watchers going into the debate. And independent debate watchers, they were plus 9 for her favorability coming out of the debate. So a big movement change on her favorability with independents. Take a look at when we asked debate watchers about the confidence in the candidates to lead the country, the ability to lead the country, and the confidence that debate watchers have in that. This is really interesting because even though she was the clear winner in the debate among debate watchers, take a look. 32% say a lot of confidence in her ability to lead the country, and 36% say that about him. She's a little bit better among those who say some confidence in the ability to lead the country. If you add the a lot and the sum together, they're both at 54%. And so they're quite even on this score, which I think is pretty interesting. And then who had a better plan for solving the country's problems? Harris won on this score among these debate watchers as well. 42% say Kamala Harris had a better plan for solving the country's problem. That's compared to 33% who said Trump. And look, Anderson, 22%. 1 in 5 of debate watchers says neither of these two had a good plan for solving the country's problem. That, not necessarily double haters here, obviously, but that seems to be a target audience for both of these candidates to talk to and explain their plans to over the next 8 weeks.
Yeah, interesting. David Chalian, thanks so much. John King, what do you make of those numbers?
Well, number one, it tells you we entered the debate in a very close competitive race, and we'll leave the debate in a very close competitive race. However, advantage Harris on a couple of very significant points. David Chalian noting that where she jumped up was among independent voters. We knew coming into this debate that the largest audience of people, the largest percentage of people who said they were open to changing their mind were people who self-identify as independents or as moderates. So the middle of the American electorate, the people who live in the suburbs, the people who maybe voted for Trump in 2016 and Biden in 2020 aren't, incredibly partisan. They're looking for solutions. They're looking for pragmatism. So the fact that her movement was among independents who had the better debate about solving the country's problems. She came into the debate at a deficit with Trump on the economy. It's a different question. That question was solving the country's problems, but it shows she made progress with people. Are you a president? Right? That was her biggest challenge. Nobody knows the vice president, whether it's Mike Pence or whether it's Dan Quayle or whether it's Al Gore. You know, you're trying to rise from vice president, whether it's Joe Biden, you're trying to rise from president to vice president. You have to prove I'm ready for the first job. It is clear. It is clear that she cleared that bar tonight. Now, that does not mean that she's not still in a very competitive race. But if her progress tonight was among independents, now the question is, can you carry that momentum forward? We count votes 8 weeks from tonight. Still close, still competitive, but in an election that we all expect is going to be decided on the margins, tonight anyway, the question is, can she hold it? She moved the margins that matter.
You know, that one graph of capability to lead the country, the fact that they're basically dead even. Right. I mean, think about where we were 7 weeks ago. Wow. Would you have predicted that 7 weeks later that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump would be polling evenly? Donald Trump, a former president, you know, and whatever you think about him, there is a presumption that goes with the fact that you were president, that you know the job and so on. You know, so I do think that she filled that. She checked that box tonight. She looked like a president on that stage. There's not a lot of elasticity in this electorate, so I wouldn't expect huge movements here. But this isn't going to be a race that's won that way. It's going to be won incrementally. She took an incremental step forward.
So I'm a little bit surprised by those numbers, because this is as good as it's going to get for Kamala Harris, presumably. I mean, this was Donald Trump's presumably worst nightmare that you could have. If you're a Trump supporter, you watch this tonight, you say, he didn't talk about any of those kitchen table issues like Alyssa was talking about, right? It was grievances, it was rearview mirror, not windshield, it was all the bad stuff. And yet, he's still tied, right? We're still right there, we're still neck and neck. And it's gonna come down, again, to the people in Erie County, Northampton County, Macomb County, Michigan. The question is, are 50,000 people swayed in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania? Were they swayed tonight? Are they going to be swayed the next 8 weeks? Because that's where they are. Those 50 to 75,000. And did those eat away? As John points out, are those independents? Were those swayed enough to come over and stay there for the next 8 weeks?
Maybe, maybe not. But his iceberg is melting. I'll tell you that. Like she did well by herself. You're right. It's going to be clawing forward. It's going to be clawing forward. But you know, he did a lot of stuff that we haven't even gotten to. That's just horrible. He wouldn't say that he wanted Ukraine to win. Now, you think about that. It's a very easy thing to say that you want a democracy that we've rallied the world behind, that frankly people in Pennsylvania, munitions being made there are going to help. Gas that's being fracked there is going to help. He wouldn't even stick up for the Ukrainians in Pennsylvania when Pennsylvanians are helping us win there. He did terrible.
Well, he could have more clearly absolutely stated, look, I would not sign an abortion bill if it came across my desk. He got into the nitty-gritty about not 60 votes in the Senate.
On abortion, let's actually play what both of the candidates said on the topic.
One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that.
What I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
You know, I thought that was probably one of her best responses in the debate.
And what Donald Trump did that we didn't play there is in that response, he threw people under the bus. He threw his vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, saying we didn't talk about whether or not he would veto a national abortion ban. He threw Kansas and Ohio under the bus. He said those were liberal votes. Last I checked, Ohio, my home state, and Kansas are pretty red, but that the American public are not actually where Donald Trump and the Republican Party want to go on abortion. But what I think she also did was, in this debate on abortion on many issues, was, I'm the coalition's person. She talked to different parts of her coalition. We know women are going to be critical. This is the first presidential since the fall of Roe. We actually don't know if it's going to carry over. I think it will still be a top of the ticket issue. But so Donald Trump talks about sorority. She went to a sorority party. Let me tell you, as a person who is a part of a black sorority, that was offensive to black people who know the history. It's not a party. It's a public service organization. So she didn't go there and talk about it, but she talked about, the Central Park Five when he baited her there. She talked about Dick Cheney. I know we probably all were like watching Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney endorse because we follow this every single day. But some people probably didn't know he endorsed. That speaks to those Republicans in Erie, Pennsylvania that you still talk to. And then the independents, showing again, yet he can't be a mature adult and not scream when he gets upset about crowd size.
I'm going to start with you, Jeff Zeleny. You were in the spin room.
Okay, so guys, you've heard from the Ox's mouth. You've heard Fox. You've heard CNN. We've reviewed the debates. For me, I'm still gonna give Trump 7/10. I'll give Kamala 5 because it is what it is. Trump is running based on performance. Kamala is running based on what she's going to do, even if she's the current vice president of the United States. All right. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. You know what time it is. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. All right. Vote based on policies. Don't vote based on feelings and emotions. Vote based on policies. Vote based on the things that each candidate is saying they're going to do, or better still, what they have already done. Okay? Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. We will be back tomorrow. We have over 3,000 people watching the live show right now. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it, 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 let's get it. Have a wonderful night. Good night. God bless you. God bless America. God bless everything you touch. It is what it is. Let's get it.